New authority. I'm guessing that's DeMarcus. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. What do I want to change up here? Do I want to change up anything? Like, I wonder at one point we need to just go like Grixis, Lurrus. I only have 2 copies of Channeler. Ugh. Scourge. Get some more magmatic channelers. Oh, wrong one. Nice colors. I think it's an okay combination, right? .93 ticks. Sure. I sold off a single hex parasite the other day, and now I've just got like a flood of ticks. Anything that doesn't pair with Lurrus. Not really. There's still like 4 slots. So should the yeah. Words are tough. Is that too many for the basic island? Probably. I don't think this is what I'm gonna play today. I just figure I got a second to kind of like look around. What matchup's good for a young Pyromancer? Any mid-range matchup, any like go wide matchups where your removal spells especially are really good. You can tempo out opponents extremely well by just like killing a dude, making a token, tacking in, repeat. I think we're just going to play some typical Grixis. Pedro, how's it going? So let's move some of this stuff around. Kind of want a 3rd damping sphere. Maybe something like that. Every time I cut back on Damping Sphere, I just run into Tron after Tron after Tron. Snake Eyes, what's up? JP, I remembered. Alright, let's update Stream Decker. It's gonna take me a few times of seeing Snake Eyes before it's like just stuck in head. Okay, it's JP. Got it. Let's make sure the link works. Yep. How are you finding Channeler? I've been liking Channeler. I don't know if it's like the end-all be-all in that spot, but I've been I've been liking it and feel like it's worth continuing. Or at least, like, trying more. I do think I want a third Fatal Push. Let's see what happens. So, first league, jumping in, Grixis. I'm still trying to figure out, like, what I'm going to play in the challenge tomorrow. Got, like, challenge tomorrow, challenge Sunday, qualifier on Monday, and then I think there's another qualifier on Friday. What are my qualifier points looking like? 40? Need some good league results if we're going to play in multiple qualifiers. I'll change it to JP Snake Eyes MTG in 2 months. See, that would make it much easier for me. And that's the important part. Like, just missing Manamorphose and Stormwing. That's pretty spicy. If you got a list, we'll check it out. I don't know if I'm too sold on that idea, because like that's a lot of things that you have to have paired specifically together. Like Manamorphose isn't great with Shadow or Gurmag Angler. Thought Scour's not great with Shadow. Could be okay with Stormwing. So like you really need to see Stormwing and Manamorphose, or Gurmag Angler and Thought Scour. Wouldn't confidently sell it, but I tried One League 4-1. I mean, One League 4-1 is a good place to start the testing at. I don't know what's been up with Magic Online recently, but it seems like the wait time on leagues has been just going longer and longer and longer. Like, I've had so many matches where I've been waiting for like 3 or 4 minutes to jump into a league. Or league match. And with like almost 1,500 players playing Modern, I don't think it should be that long. Alright. So we've got a turn 2 Shadow, potentially. We still need like fetch land or something to really get this Shadow like big enough to start considering Battle Rage. But we can at least make some pretty proactive actions. Has like 500 or 600 more players than months ago. Right, when Uro was still legal, it was like hovering around 800 to 900. It was like 1,200, and then Uro started really taking off, and the leagues dropped to like 800 to 900, and then Uro got banned, and they jumped back up to like 1,100 to 1,200 for a while. They've just been going up since then. All right, Prowess, you say? This makes this this Shadow a little awkward. It's like I don't want to run it out into a Lightning Bolt or Gut Shot. Or double Gut Shot. Kind of hoping he'd just fire off a lightning bolt at me. Alright, so Fiery Islet was their draw for the turn. don't think it matters. I'd rather not give them an opportunity to draw like a lightning bolt, and they go to gut shot my shadow. I respond by fetching, and they respond with lightning bolt. Dogfish, how's it going? So, hoping this is just a Stormwing entity. Or not Stormwing, Sprite Dragon. Hope it's a Sprite Dragon. We know 3 of their 5 cards. Gut shot, bloodstained mire. Drawing into lightning bolt is rough. Stubborn denial. Okay. So now if they go like lightning bolt, gut shot, the shadow, I can bolt myself. I'm pretty sure if they fetch, they die. Because I can push this, I've got the ability to bolt myself. We're just going to go for it. Oh, opponent, I'm gonna stop you right there. Alright, game 2, blue-red Prowess. All pretty easy board ends. I don't think there's anything else I particularly want. Like, PZ's not the worst here. Board out a Battle Rage because of Vapor Snag. Gurmag Angler is a consideration for the same reason. Channeler could die to Bolt. Thoughtseize because of the life loss. So just some thoughts to consider. I think out of these, I don't want to board out threats. So if I'm choosing between Thoughtseize and Battle Rage, I think I would rather shave a Battle Rage because Thoughtseize can take a Stormwing entity. And being on the draw, I'd like to maximize my ways to deal with Stormwing. Y'all aren't getting like an echo on the music, are you? It's like I've got it playing through some headphones over here, and I don't want it to be like on the stream and echoing from the headphones, and I can't tell if that's coming through or not. Doesn't really look like it is, but Might not be loud enough to pick up on the headphones. Sounds normal for you? That's all I need to know. Alright, this hand does get a little messed up by like a blood moon if they've got it in. Otherwise, I've got answers to Stormwing. I've got a Gurmag. Yep. Sounds fine to you? All right then. It sounds good to you, it sounds good to me. I'm gonna go ahead and main phase this Thought Scour, because if I hit something like a Mishra's Bauble or a Thought Seize, I want to go ahead and main phase it. Fiery Islet. They could very easily kill this, but I don't have a Stubborn Denial, so it doesn't make too much sense to be sitting here like doing nothing and hoping I draw into one. Push is nice. You have to be a little bit careful with life total. I'm not planning on taking a hit off of this Soul Scar, but rather be protected just in case. So, do I want to start trying to attack this? I think I want to start going for this on their upkeep. Manamorphose is really good for me here, because if they don't have like a way to kill Gurmag on their upkeep, then they blow through this 2 mana. They have to completely tap out for a Stormwing entity, and I've got Dismember. I could have led on Fatal Push for the Soul Scar, but I really wanted to kind of incentivize them to cast some number of spells right there. If I lead on Fatal Push and they've got something like Spell Pierce, then they just get a big mana boost there by being able to one answer or one spell tap me down. Alright, did they draw off of Opt? They did. Scribe to the top and drew. In the face, sure. Alright. You've got a steam vent, a fiery islet on board, and a lava dart in the yard. Paulo, how's it going? Hope you're having a great Friday so far. Alright, so I'm going to go for the Battle Rage here because if they do have like a Vapor snag, I can just pay 2 here and the 4 plus the Battle Rage in the yard to recast the Gurmag. If I couldn't recast the Gurmag, I'd probably still go for it, but I'd have to consider it a little bit more. But since we can just recast it, I think it's kind of free to go for it there. So that's Grixis, win over Prowess. What do we got for round number 2? Do you like any card to Grixis in the new edition? You mean like, do I like any card for Grixis out of Strixhaven? Or out of like the spoilers so far? I don't think so. I think the red-blue command is just like a worse Is It charm to me. Like, I'll show you the card that I think has the most chance. I think right now there's like 3, maybe 4 cards that I think have a chance of seeing some sort of play in a Shadow variant. And they are, to me... Let's see if I can... Yeah. Come back here. Nope. Come back. I'll have to pull them up like one at a time here. Where did you go to? Vanishing Verse. The black-white instant, exile a mono-colored permanent. I think that's got an okay likelihood. The second one was... Where are you? The white 2-drop. The one that stifles ETB abilities. Maybe if you have like a 4-color splashing variant, you could find room for that. Alp Inco MTG Alpine Co. Gonna have to give me a pronunciation here. Thank you so much for the raid and the follow. Appreciate both. Hope everybody coming over from your streams having a fantastic day. How'd the stream go? Monastery Swift Spear off the top. So, could be against Burn, could be against Prowess. This hand's awkward against Burn. Like, I want a Watery Grave. If they have a turn 1 Swift Spear regardless, then I'm just going to try to take the next best thing out of hand. Which would be Soul Scar. Let's see, the 2-mana Stifle ETB guy, I think, is pretty solid. But I think this Dragon's Guard Elite card, let me get to him in a second. This is the card I think has the most likelihood of getting played in a Shadow variant. It's a 2/2 for 2, underwhelming. But whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you put a 1/1 counter on him. So it can get very quick, very big, very quickly, especially in like Sultai 4-color variants. You're talking about him onto Thoughtseize into Stubborn Denial. He's ferocious, hitting pretty solidly. Alright, so currently our opponent does not have this Bedlam Reveler online. So it's probably better for me to just shock. How much life do I want to pay here? Am I Stubborn Denialing a Manamorphose? Probably not. I think I need to save it. But I can respond to it by dismembering here. Like obviously I need them to not... It looks like they're just mono red. Dart, sure. Frozen stream or just me? Is anybody else having a frozen stream? Sappy, it's working fine for you. Fine for Azard. Indat, if you want to try restarting it, maybe that'll help. Not sure completely. Alright, so that's a Lava Dart gone. Got a Bone Crusher hanging out over here. And I guess that's a pretty okay draw. Unfrozen for you, so you're good now? Nice. I don't think they have any mountains. I think it's Bedlam Reveler and an Unknown now. We've got 2 instants in the yard, so this is currently 6 to cast. All right. So let's crack him with our Shadow. Had a 3 to 4 second freeze a few minutes ago. Restarting, it's all good. I have no idea what would have, or what would possibly be causing that. All right, now do I want to Inquisition? What punishes me? I guess this is probably just getting dead, or more dead the longer I wait. So I might as well just fire it off now. The downside was if I hit like an instant or sorcery that actually cost mana, as opposed to like a Manamorphose that's free, it would just help out with casting the Bedlam Reveler. Alright, so I can pay 2 life, dismember the Bone Crusher. I lose 2 life to the Bone Crusher trigger. So I take 4, go down to 4. Shadow becomes a 9. Gurmag's a 5. That's 14 exactly. And I get to hold up Stubborn Denial. That sounds pretty good to me. I'll put myself in bolt range. They've got Lava Dart, but I've got Stubborn Denial. And that's game 1. Blizzard, how's it going? So far, so good this league. We're currently 1-0. We beat Blue-Red Prowess round 1. It looks like we're playing Mono-Red Prowess round 2. So Young Pyromancer is a lot better against Mono-Red because you're talking about cards like Swift Spear, Soul Scar Mage, Bedlam Reveler, potentially Kiln Fiend, that are all attacking on the ground. So making a plethora of blockers is a lot more appealing. And then like no Vapor Snags makes Battle Rage a lot better. Bedlam Reveler is good, but I'm way less afraid of Bedlam Reveler than I am of Stormwing Entity. So, where do I want to make my last cut? Brutality is kind of against a bunch of Prowess creatures. So maybe I like Pyromancer better than Brutality against Mono Red. I'd buy that for $1. Let's get them tilted from Rocket League and not the Perfect Distress. Well, I appreciate that, I think. Alright, no lands means we're probably not keeping this. What would best case scenario with this hand look like? Obviously draw a land on turn 1 or draw like a fetch land on turn 1 and the hand's fantastic, right? But otherwise, we'd be looking at a couple draws. So I think it's a pretty easy ship. This is much better. So what are we keeping? Like, do I want to keep Battle Rage? Probably. And just like ditch a Thought Scour. I don't think I was ever actually going to keep that first one, but I would rather like talk through it and come to that conclusion than just snap off throwing back a hand. I mean, yeah, we didn't have lands, but we did have 2 redraws and a lot of 1-drop spells if we did see one. So they are on Kiln Fiend. Interesting. I don't think this is the matchup where you want Kiln Fiend. It's not in danger of dart. I'm guessing you mean Young Pyromancer. If I draw a Pyromancer, like, I'm not playing him out until I can double him up with a spell. Because I don't want him to just be, like, out there blindly exposed. Just had some freezy action. If it's on my end, I have no good explanation. Alright. How much do you want to go in on this Kiln Fiend? Apparently the answer is yes. No opponent. This would hurt quite a bit if it connected. You have no idea how ready I was to get Pact of Negation there. Alright, so mountain over here. I need to think about life total, worst case scenario. So they go mountain, Bedlam Reveler. Because they've got 4 spells in the yard. Bedlam costs 8. They'd have their 8 mana. So play mountain, cast Bedlam Reveler, ditch their hand, draw 3. I can pay 4 life, dismember the Bedlam Reveler, untap Battle Rage. So if I shock this in, then that gives me the 4 life I can pay. Bring Shadow up to a 10/10, untap Battle Rage. Freezy or muted action? Am I muted? It's not showing muted for me, so... Alright. So, do I want to go for dismember this, untap Battle Rage? Probably. I get punished if their cards are like double burn spell. I could pay 2 life, but then I can't hold up Cling to Dust. So I think I just go all in on this. I die to like Bolt. But they've already shown 2 bolts. So I don't think they've got Bolt. Famous last words. Alright. I think I only have mono blue or blue-red Prowess on here. I don't think I have a... Oh no, I do have mono red Prowess. Sweet. It's been fine the whole time for Sappy. David, you can cling if they have 2 burn spells. Right. I had a bit of a cushion with cling. I was still dead to 2 bolts if I paid 4 life for dismember. Which was kind of the takeaway. That's kind of what I meant by 2 burn spells. 2 bolts. If I paid 2 life, I was dead to like Bolt plus Lava Dart. But I think I would rather be dead to double Bolt holding up Cling than be dead to Bolt plus Lava Dart with no Cling. Lurrus of the Dream Den. I've been trying to get into music production, and this is the sound of pocket operators. Is that like a genre? This machine looks like a calculator, but it produces sound. Interesting. Jaeger, we're currently 2-0. Somehow. This is Cat Rock. How did 4-color go yesterday? How did 4-color go? I know we like 3-2'd one league and 4-1 the other, but I can't remember which was which. Ooh, the one-lander Hex Drinker. Was the 4-1 the Unearthed League? I can't remember. I think it was. I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure we 4-1 with Def Jad's list. That sounds right. Ow. Spell bomb, sure. So like a dismember would be really good. Do I want to play around? What do I want to play around? They missed second land drop, so I'm going to do this to see if they're hitting the third, which they are. So I'm just going to pass a turn. If they choose to pop this spell bomb, then I'll just like snap push the Hex Drinker in response. How's Damping Sphere been? I think it's been really good. I don't think everybody's had the same experience with it, but I've really liked it. Which Shadow deck would you say is the best for someone new with the deck? I'd probably say Jund. I think Jund has likely got the most straightforward game plan. Just like play dudes, get your opponent dead. Don't worry about holding up interaction. Rakdos is good, but I think Jund has got a much higher safety net. Because, like, Rakdos, you're going to have a lot of decisions when it comes to, like, cracking Bomat Couriers at the right time, getting in the right damage with Swift Spear, things like that. But I think with Jund having, like, Tarmogoyf, you just have a lot more, like, Thoughtseize, Inquisition into Tarmogoyf hands. Alright, we get wrecked by, like, Maelstrom Pulse. I guess it would have to be, like, Thoughtseize or Inquisition into Maelstrom Pulse. And I know they play, like, one main, one side, something like that. Grixis, I think, is the swingiest. Like, you're going to have a lot of high highs and a lot of low lows with Grixis. But, like, for me, I think Grixis is the most fun. Double Goyf. So if I go attack, where does that leave me? Ambrosius, thank you so much for the follow there. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out. So if I attack both shadows, and they go block one, take the other, I have to play Gurmag or I'm dead on board. If I attack with one shadow, I've got, they don't have to block, but I've got block, double stubborn denial backup. So I think I'm just attacking with one shadow. Do you smell what they're cooking? Smell something. All right. Is it Greek food? I actually had Greek food for lunch. It was fantastic. Great, now I'm hungry. Okay, Fatal Push is interesting. So, we know they've got a Fatal Push in their hand. I attack. Let's say I Fatal Push Confidant. And I attack Shadow. Or actually, I want to think about cards in the graveyard. So, if I want to play Gurmag, Fatal Push, play Gurmag, hold up Stubborn Denial. I need to have 5 cards in the yard, 2 mana, Fatal Push. So if I have Fatal Push in the yard, that's 4. If I force a block somewhere on Snapcaster, that's 5. So if I go Fatal Push, Scavenging Ooze, attack with everything. Oh, Swifty Plays coming in with the YouTube sub. Thank you so much. And Tripasika coming in with the follow there. Thank both of y'all so much. Hope you're both having fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoons, wherever you're at in the world. Alright. Yeah, I guess Scooz is gonna eat some stuff, isn't it? Now, do they want a Fatal Push or do they want a Scooz? Five people from Germany here. We've got a pretty good German crowd. Maxman V4, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world as well. So what does this mean for me? Am I attacking? I can attack Shadow, and know that I'm safe to 2 removal spells. I guess it is Shadow, force a block with one of these Goyfs. Like, I know they can double, or they can't double up on a Shadow unless they throw away the rest of their board. So yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah. So I'm okay if they want to trade a Shadow for a Goyf and, like, lose their Confidant. Alright. We're not dead to Treetop Village. It's a 3/3. Yeah. Let's see. What did I miss? So, no there. GG likes the attack. Well, that's all I need to know. If you like the attack, I like the attack. Freed, how many ticks should I throw at you to re-up a sub? Just 5. Just 5. Treetop remembers me on my starting days of Modern. Mono Green Stompy. Mono Green Stompy is a pretty good spot that a lot of people started at when it came to Constructed. So we've got to throw a Snapcaster under the bus. Means Fatal Push is lethal, Snapcaster, Battle Rage, Dismember, Lightning Bolt. Not so much Street Wraith. Come on, removal spell. Double stubbed nerd. They always expect the first. They never see the second one coming. Did we really want to cycle? Yes, because I have draws that just win the game, and they're forced to chump block with the Treetop Village. So they don't have any hasty creatures. They go down a land. And I give myself the chance of just win or drawing to win. Played 1 league with Knights and Jund. Went 4-1. Are you talking about the, Well, I couldn't cast it, so... Sitting around hoping for another land wasn't the best thing. That's not the greatest. Yeah, it's, Jund Shadow with Knight of the Ebon Legion. I know Doomwake was playing it yesterday. Alright, so I don't think I can take them off any card types. Artifact, sorcery, creature, land, instant. Yeah. So this is what we got, opponent. And I believe believe that means we win this one. Because they can put Lurrus into their hand, but they can't play it. Don't see it being better than Snick, but I'm excited to test. I'm excited to see how it does. I watched the VOD of Doomwake's League, and it looked okay. Like, I don't know if I would say it's great, but he gave a lot of sound arguments and reasonings for setting up Knight of the Ebon Legion, like the Nurturing Peatland plus Shockland, Thoughtseize, Shockland. Like, it doesn't seem like it's that bad to get it rolling. All of our one-drop options kind of suck. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Alright. I want to trim on some Street Wraiths because of Scavenging Ooze, and it's not a race. Battle Rage is coming out, bringing in better removal options. Since I don't have to worry about Liliana of the Veil, just like straight up removal gets a lot better in this this matchup. This is a really great matchup for Peasy. Have I ever won with a Wraith hitting an enemy? Oh yeah. We have an entire we have an entire command dedicated to True Name Nemesis in Modern. Like, I love casting some Street Wraiths. Mana Leak could be fine. I don't know how necessary Spell Bomb is just for Lurrus. They don't play any Unearths. Well, it's more that it's like better than a Battle Rage or the extra Street Wraiths. And like shrinking Goyf smaller than Gurmag Angler is still pretty nice. I don't know if they play Veil of Summer or not. If they do, I might as well just get it out of hand now and not worry about it later. So, they've got 2 answers to Gurmag Angler, which is pretty good on their side. 3 answers to Shadow. So I guess we're just gonna have to play into this eventually. There's another answer. I wanted to take Pulse, but when your opponent's got like 3 or 4 separate answers to all of your creatures, then it's going to be a slog to get anything to stick anyway. And so, like, if I'm not really guaranteeing that anything's sticking, taking 1 removal spell just, like, doesn't accomplish a whole lot. Why take Bob when you have answers? Because I don't want them to, like, top deck Hand Disruption, take my answers, Lurrus back Bob, and I'm just stuck with nothing. I'd rather just, like, make them top deck threats and know that I've got the threats covered. Wagner, how's it going? We're currently 2-0. We beat Blue-Red Prowess and Mono-Red Prowess. You wouldn't have taken Bob? That's fine. I'm not trying to say that my answer or my play was 100% right or wrong or what. I would just say that if you wouldn't have taken Bob, what would you have taken, and what is your reasoning for taking said card? Yep. Night's Whisper, sure. I would have quit and never come back because that's the correct choice. Seems like a harsh correct choice. Scavenging Ooze. Alright, let's get this out of here. Second Gurmag Angler is interesting. So we'll get artifacts out of the yard. Land out of the yard. We have a K command in the deck. So I can get rid of sorceries. Or no, they've got Scavenging Ooze. What am I doing? So I need to get artifacts, land, creatures. And yeah, we'll go ahead and shock in. Well, they've got like 4 answers for this Gurmag Angler in hand. So I'm not really thinking about fighting over the first one too terribly much. But I guess I like fighting over this more than them just getting a free Scavenging Ooze down here. They have Veil of Summer. Okay. I did not think they had Veil in their deck. Lame indeed. Alright, well, let's eat something. There's that K command we talked about. So you've still got a Trophy, a Pulse, and a Lurrus. So sorceries are gone, creatures gone. I'd like to leave myself 3 mana to be able to K command. Veil of Skill. Pulse. Yep. Can command back the fish and almost hardcast it. I mean, can almost do that. Please don't veil me again. I might have cried. We can rebuild him. We can make him better. Discard Scoos, you say? So yeah, this is just another recast of Gurmag, right? Get the free card in the yard. All I've got left is basic island, so I know this can't hit anything. But so kind of the story of this game is like Gurmag Angler is our best threat in the matchup. So when your opponent just sees like 4 ways of dealing with it, it's pretty rough. Yep. Let's cling. I think I want to draw a card more than I want to do anything else. I'll leave K command. Do we want to cling Scoos with Lurrus on the stack? I thought about it, but I think I still would have rather drawn the card. So I think we just needed to find answers to like, or not find answers, find a threat. So with our opponent having so many cards in hand, like, I don't think we're winning if we just stop them from Lurrusing one time. All right. Yep. Nope. Fair enough. A little awkward in the face of Scavenging Ooze. Interesting. So we could lightning bolt the Tarmogoyf. Could lightning bolt the Hex Drinker. It's probably lightning bolt the Hex Drinker, right? But at the same time, like if our opponent wants to pump mana into this, are we attacking? Like I could attack for 10, cling to dust their Lurrus, gain up to 6. Have a lethal attack. Well, if I cling, I'm going to be clinging for life. And if I'm clinging for life, I want to do that after I've attacked. Like, I think me sitting here doing nothing is not winning me the game. So I think I need to, like, try to force the issue somewhere. And I think my best chance of forcing the issue is getting aggressive. I agree that Hex Drinker's the bolt target, but like, if I get to make my opponent spend mana trying to level up Hex Drinker, like that's a win for me in the long run. Damn. Thought they were about to take that block and I was going to be thrilled. Want to keep up double red to play around like Field of Ruin or something like that off the top. Yeah, I do have to cling on my turn there. Reality, I don't think they have to respect the Battle Rage because this is the kind of matchup where I shouldn't have Battle Rage in post-board. So if I were in their shoes, I wouldn't be respecting Battle Rage. Like, they can choose to if they wish. Am I actually just dead on board? I didn't think about that. Oh well. Maybe they play around second lightning bolt. So if I have second lightning bolt here, I just kill them. If they Field of Ruin, they don't have lethal. So it's like they can Field of Ruin to see if I have lightning bolt. But that means that they can't present lethal on their side. Oh, you're right. Eating creatures does shrink Goyf. Good call. So we are still alive through this. This is such a weird game. Well, we would go to 1 and they would literally just be dead on the crackback. So it's kind of like if they attack, they leave themselves dead to a removal spell on our side. If they don't attack like this... Whew. Okay. If I attack, I'm dead to a removal spell. Alright. So this is the kind of situation. If I attack, I'm dead to a removal spell. If I don't attack, I'm dead to a removal spell. We can't cling looking for something. We don't have enough cards in our graveyard for cling. Alright. The problem is this. They gain the life and then they can just take this attack. They don't have to block. Why didn't we play the fetch land? It wouldn't have changed anything. They had 2 things they could eat. And now we're dead. If we played the fetch land, we represent... I guess they don't know that we don't have 2 targets left. Yeah, they had to have top deck pushed there, because if they had it earlier, like, there was no reason not to fire it off. I wouldn't say they got lucky. Like, they played their blocks well for a few turns there. Putting my opponent on the play here. We'll take our extra resource. If only you were Sahili Sublime Artificer with these baubles. Yeah. Yep. It's a good draw. Goyf, Confidant. Let's take a Confidant. We're drawing into a Dark Boar pathway. Sure. Yep. see what they're drawing off of their bauble on our turn. Alright. So I feel like if Peasy gets to untap, I feel pretty good here. We'll see if that's the case, but that's the hope. Peasy gets to untap. Erdol, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday wherever you're at in the world. It's like this turning all of our interaction into boo. Boo. Well, I guess. Grixis Shadow, it's always a good Friday. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Okay, so their hand is Field of Ruin. Field of Ruin, and that's it. So I can get Blood Crypt here. Am I playing one or two shadows? Like, playing two shadows and I just get wrecked by, like, a blind Maelstrom Pulse off the top. But playing two shadows puts me in so much better position if they don't hit it. So... One shadow, you don't want them leveling Helix or leveling Hex Drinker. Yeah, we got Bolt for the Hex Drinker. Not too particularly concerned about it. Like, I think Maelstrom Pulse is the only card that this line is significantly worse against. Pulse always happens. Don't bring that bad juju on me. Get out of here with your negativity. Yep. But we've got lethal in hand. If they do something like just add Lurrus to hand. So this has got to be some sort of a removal spell. Maybe Veil of Summer. Could be Trophy, could be Abrupt Decay. I'm going to kind of put the ball in their court to make an action. So, Abrupt Decay, sure. You get to take 10. Fatal Push on my turn, because if they draw something like a Veil of Summer, and I cast Fatal Push on their upkeep, they get to get a draw off of it. And I don't want them having to draw. Goyf's a 5/6 at the moment. Alright, so this has to hit a removal spell or they die. Or they Hex Drinker. That's pretty good. Snapcaster? Not a Snapcaster. Opponent is what we would call very good at not dying. So they've got artifact, creature, instant, land. They don't have sorcery. Which means I can eat mine. Shrink Tarmogoyf. So if I attack with both, they have to chump one but not the other. That's fine. Alright, if they got Trophy Decay or Trophy Maelstrom Pulse, we die. But we're not getting anywhere if we're only attacking with Shadow. They can just chump and replay a chump blocker all day. You feel comfortable with this version instead of the Skyclave bandwagon meta? I think Grixis is like the variation that I've got the most games with. I don't know if that means it's like more or less powerful at the moment. But it's my favorite version, I guess. Alright, so you've got to have an answer to something or you're dead on board. Alright. Very nice. Very nice. Grixis. Where did I put the rock? This number is 100% supported by Gurmag Angler. Gurmag Angler is a house in fair removal mirrors. Let's see. Freed hit me up. Yeah. Seeing the chat talking about Jorial. I forgot you'd mentioned that one. MRC Jr., what's up? Why are we not... accepting on your end? I guess we'll see. Match was a huge climb. Alright. I've been liking the Channeler. I think that there's a lot of players that aren't as high on Channeler as I am, but I've been pretty pleasantly surprised with it. Freed, welcome back to the subscribers. Gonna grab some water real quick while that's going through. I will be right back. Should I resubmit? I don't know why it's stuck on there. I guess we can. Alright, what have I missed in chat? Posh Sun. Any cards from the new set you were excited about? Somebody asked me that earlier, and I think I went through, and there were 3 that I thought were, like, okay. The black-white Exile, a monocolored non-land permanent, I think is pretty cool. The white 2-drop, 1 in a white that like stifles ETB abilities was kind of cool. But the card that I think out of all of the new cards that is the most likely to find a home in a shadow deck to some extent is this one. Dragon's Guard Elite. It's 1 in a green, 2/2. Magecraft, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you put a 1/1 counter on it. So 2 instants and sorceries in, it's a 4/4. And the doublet, not so important. It's just a 2-mana creature that you can play on curve. Not a lot of downside. Gets bigger just from casting hand disruption, removal, counter spells, whatever. I think it's a solid card. I don't know if it will end up in a shadow build, but my initial impression is it's the one that's most likely to potentially slot into an existing shadow build. Did you see the white Leovold Wolf? Not looking forward. I don't think I've seen a white Leovold Wolf. Let's see. Oh, are you talking about this one? Yeah, I did see this one. I think that card is pretty solid. And I'd be afraid of taxes running it. But if they start loading up on 3-drops, I guess it gets a little bit better for us, especially if they have to cut some Skyclaves for it. Oh, it's actually Luke on the other side? That's pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. This hand needs a threat, but what else is new in Grixis? It seems like Taxes has got some sweet stuff in the set. The dude that stifles the ETB abilities, that Fox. Then obviously there's been a lot of talk about like red-white Prowess. Those other cards sound like Esper Red staples. There you go. That's the archetype. Was it Tron? Mold of 4 Windswept Teeth. Mold of 4 Windswept Teeth. I don't think I really want Thought Scour. Am I going to the shop tonight? Somebody else asked me that earlier. I hadn't really committed one way or the other. Please print 2-drops that push out Arbiter. Arbiter can be fairly annoying. It's more like they always have Arbiter plus multiple land destruction spells. Alright, so what do we think about scooping to an Inquisition? I feel like if it's Heliod, then that's an early scoop. Because they can very easily kill us Bogles, I think, is a good guess. I would buy Bogles for $1. So, if we're thinking Bogles, Mana Leak's good. K Return's okay for just, like, potentially scooping up some small Bogles later. Cling to Dust is okay for, like, Griff's Boon. Not really a ton else. Maybe Pyromancer if we just want, like, extra blockers and we've got enough we want to get rid of. Like, if I'm getting rid of Fatal Push Dismember, then I might as well just have Pyromancer in the deck because it's better than the other options. Alright. Isn't Bogles a Lurrus deck? Usually. Now they reveal Lurrus. Did they not reveal Lurrus last game? Or does it not show on here if they reveal a companion? I guess we're going to find out. Did I see the Stormwing Grixis list in the Discord? I did not. I saw some Stormwing Grixis lists when Stormwing Entity first came out. Guess we'll never know. Am I expecting... So it's got to be Veil of Summer represented, right? So I think what I'm going to do is pass, draw into this young Pyromancer. Depending on what they do, I can bobble myself on their turn to potentially look for like a Stubborn Denial, a removal spell, whatever, Street Wraith into it. Maybe it's Devoted Devestation. That's a pretty good guess. Thought Scour. Do I want a Thought Scour? Thought Scour is like not the greatest, but is it just better than what I have? Probably not. Channeler better than Pyromancer? Probably. This will just help me dig to like more removal spells. Alright, so it is like a Devoted Druid deck. Okay. A good one. So do I want to ditch? I really want to find a third land here, so I can go like bolt this plus Thoughtseize them. I think just Battle Rage here. So we can go Inquisition, see what's going on. Take the second Druid. Yeah. Bolt this one. Say go. JPD, discard Battle Rage. Agreed. I think that we're like a ways off of Thoughtseize, or way off of Shadow Battle Rage, like, mattering. And if they're out here missing their third land drop and, like, can't hold up Veil, then that gets a lot better for us. Like a free discard on Cling to Dust. Don't mind that. Alright. So let's go Pyromancer, Shadow. Now we've got like a big attack for next turn. We've got Snap Bolt lined up. Yep. Alright, how close are we to lethal? We Thoughtseize them. Shadow becomes a 6/6. 6, 10, 12. Fetch and Shock to 5. Snap Bolt would be lethal if they don't block. I'll take that. So I want to take Vizier here in case some sequence of events leads them to have a, what's the reanimate thing? Post-mortem lunge. So Fetch Shock is 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 with Snapcaster, Bolt. All right. Who needs fatal pushes against the creature deck? Young PC getting into the red zone always. Snap TBR could be lethal, sure. If they blocked, we could snap TBR. Devastated, just like I predicted. That was the weirdest Bogles deck I've ever seen. Let's get this trophy. I wouldn't complain about a trophy here. We'll see what happens. No. Matchmaking failed. Come back here. Alright, so pretty smooth 4-0 so far. We had that loss to the Rock, but typically black-green X mid-range decks are like a not favorable matchup for Shadow variants. But obviously it gets better for us the more Gurmags we see, and then worse for us the more answers to Gurmag our opponent sees. Which is kind of what we saw play out in that game too. They just had like 4 answers to Gurmag. Ooh, Steven's coming in with the channel point prediction. So if you haven't done a prediction yet, you can bet on whether or not something is going to happen. In this instance, whether or not we're going to get the trophy. And if you win the prediction, you get some amount of channel points. You have to bet some. If you lose the prediction, you just lose whatever you bet. Spaz, playing Black-Green Lurrus right now. What are you playing? I'm playing Grixis Shadow. Yeah, those predictions go pretty quickly. Wanted to gamble all of my hard-earned points. How many points do you even have? Oh. 4 lands is pretty rough. Against a Lurrus deck. I think I gotta ship this. This is like 6 cards that I have no idea what they could be. Alright, this is better. Saving eternally. Fair. Plains hammer time, so or Plains bobble, probably hammer time. So Sigarda's Aid is likely an easy counter on turn 1. Shadow Spear, not so much. Not a very explosive turn 1 for Hammer. It's not, and I'm not complaining about that. Okay. Swiftfoot Boots. It's kind of interesting to see our opponent take like the hardcore anti-control route from like turn 1. I'm going to play Gurmag here so I can hold up a hard, stubborn denial. Nice dismember target. I mean, I would much rather hit like Ink Moth or Pure Steel Paladin or something like that. But I'm not going to just like pass up the free attempt at getting Shadow down. Just so happens we turned out to, or it turns out we drew something better, but If I didn't draw the Gurmag, I was 100% playing the Shadow out anyway. So, I would like to draw... Another Dismember would be nice. Lightning Bolt. Will Stub of Boots. Sure. Deck looks really whack. I never would play Death Shadow. This guy. Paradise Mantle. Alright, deck. It's quite enough Thought Scours, if you don't mind. I really don't want a Stubborn Denial here. I'd much rather Thought Scour. Obviously, it depends on what our opponent does. But if they just go, like, put Lurrus in hand, I'd be pretty happy here. Not saying I'd be in necessarily a good spot, but I'd be happy to just fire off one of these Scours. Hammer. I'm gonna take this as meaning they've got a Pure Steel Paladin in hand, because I just don't think you play out the Hammer blind if you have, or unless you have the Paladin. Zach W444, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Fetch land. Almost. I need to leave back a blocker. Probably. It's just like a ton of stuff I'd die to if I don't. Didn't he just have lethal? Wait, never mind. I was thinking Mantle was drum. I mean, he wouldn't have had lethal if it was a Spring Leaf, would he? Crack Silent Clearing, put Lurrus in the hand, pass. Crack Silent Clearing, put Lurrus in the hand, pass. Crack Silent Clearing, put Lurrus in the hand, pass. Hammer takes flying away, at least biggest weakness to the deck, I think. It does, but there's a lot of ways to play around that. Do you have the hammer too? Or are they just playing to like me not having an answer to this? Alright, fetch land. That does it. Sweet. Whew. Easy clap my ass. Alright, what am I bringing in? I know K-Command, I know Terminates. Kozilek's return for Oriok Champion. Rejection and Mana Leak are considerations. I don't really like Rejection because it doesn't hit Sigarda's aid. Doubter sweating? Well, I'm sweating. I was doubting for sure. Alright, what do I want to board out? Do like a couple Street Wraiths. On the draw, so I can't stub a, what's it called? Just said the name. Sigarda's Aid. That thing. I think I'm okay trimming probably an Inquisition over a Thoughtseize. And like a Battle Rage. Keep Battle Rage. Trim. Let's trim another Wraith. Let's go like this. Go Grixis control style. My face when Mike doubts himself. My face when Mike doubts himself. You see the doubt? It's like building up. I don't think this is going to be good enough. The removal is nice. Ditch the island. Used to love this matchup with Rakdos, but haven't seen it with Grixis. Seems more intense. You mean from the Grixis side, or do you mean from the Hammer Time side? Because like all the Hammer Time players will say that Rakdos was like a fantastic matchup for them. They're like, oh yeah, Rakdos was so easy. Not really a reason not to draw on their turn. All right. All right. It is all about instant speed answers. Kind of in the camp of the more equipment I can keep off the board, the better. So we've got a pretty good crowd today, so I've got to do my daily call to action. If you're hanging out and you're enjoying the stream and the commentary, or you just want to support the channel, or you'd like to see more shadow action, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything, just lets you know whenever we go live, so you can come check it out. That's it. That's my call to action. That's all I got. Kind of needs some work, doesn't it? Pure Steel Paladin. So... okay. This is a start. Let's say I guess I don't have to push the Paladin right now. I can wait. And this is kind of why. Please don't Shadow of Doubt me, opponent. They did have second hammer. We need a shadow off the top. Almost. Just about a shadow. They must have drawn the second hammer for turn. Because I can't imagine that they would have had like the Ornithopter turn 3 kill, flash an A hammer, and not just like go for lethal there. This could be Lurrus, get back, Pure Steel. Yep. So I need like a K command. Almost. Okay. So their upkeep, draw K command, shoot Lurrus, get back second Snapcaster. So turn a creature 2 to something. Alright, it's a guard as aid. So they can freely equip up some hammers if they want. Make just like a gigantic Pure Steel Paladin. And they drew the Shadow Spear. Okay. Alright. Calm down, opponent. It's just a game. Alright, on the play, I want to be a little more proactive. Like, all of the 1-drops basically get better on the play. Do something like this. Should we cut TBR for more interaction since the games get so grindy? I think like cutting a TBR is okay. I don't think you really want to cut more than that because you want to have outs to like Oriok Champion and things like that. Bobble into a bobble. Steven, what were we talking about with the shuffler earlier? Rather get a different look than Bobble. We'll Thought Seize first because I've got Shock, this Fetch Shock to 17, Thought Seize to 15, Shock to 13. So if I want to play a Shadow next turn, I have to Thought Seize again. If I Inquisition, then I can't play a Shadow next turn unless I draw a fetch land. Memnite off the top. Okay. So we're just taking a path. Are we taking gift? I don't think gift really does anything. So I'm going to take the path. All right. So Plains, Steel Shaper. Pretty okay draw, I guess. It's like, eh. Alright, so let's take Swiftfoot Boots, play Shadow, say go. Something, want to play Shadow turn 2. It works out if you just will it into existence. That's all this game is, really. It's kind of like the cardboard equivalent of the Green Lantern. Like, if your will is strong enough, it'll just come into existence, and your constructs will be more powerful. Our opponent's will is lacking. Weak constructs. Maybe if you nicely explain the possible 5-0, he'll concede. I have had one player in the history of Magic that has scooped me into a 5-0, and he's in our chat right now. He blesses us with his presence. Say it'll save Grixis. Don't understand, opponent. We need this. How will I feed the kids? So we're taking cranial plating. Like, I wouldn't mind him attacking me with something that's been cranial plating. So I think I'm actually going to take the Steel Shaper's Gift. I know that it's going to give him a draw off of this cranial plating. But with the Bolt, I don't think there's anything that really punishes me for a draw. And it opens up the possibility of me just being able to, like, bolt myself, untap Battle Rage. Yeah, I know they don't draw if I bolt the Paladin with it on the stack, but, like, I kind of want them to play this plating and equip something up. And attack. That's kind of what I'm hoping for here. Like, if they draw a path, it sucks. But I'm going to go for the try to win the game line. And not give my opponent extra draw steps. One time my friend was playing on MTGO and the opponent said, if you tell me thank you, I'll scoop. And so my friend said thank you. Then opponent said, say thank you very much. And so my friend said thank you very much. And then the opponent scooped him as what? What? That's pretty great. They could have been dead for prizes. They could have. Very much could have. Alright, so if opponent attacks, they die. If we draw a fetch land, they die. If... God. There's a lot of ways they die. If they don't block, they die. If they only block with Memnite, they die. What else do we got? If opponent gut shots my shadow 3 times, they die. If opponent surgical extractions are Mishra's baubles, holds priority, surgical extractions are thought seizes, they die. What else? We got a long list of ways opponent doesn't live. Fetch land, make this easy. Hold up. If they gut shot 3 times, call judge because they only have 2 cards. Not wrong. Alright. No blocks. Opponent, I would like to present you with the you die. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. Pew pew. I don't think Slaughter Pack's gonna do it. We've got this coloring around our shadow of the black variety that prevents Slaughter Pack from functioning the way most people would like it to. Alright. So the prediction results are in. We had 94% of the voters, or 94% of the channel points predicted were for that we would win. So, Iburakima coming away with 12,800 points because only one person voted that I wouldn't. Who were the doubters? Not even sure. Alright, so what do we think of that one? Let's update the results. We played Hammer Time, which is under something. Hammer Time. What was the match before Hammer Time? We played Blue-Red Prowess, Mono-Red Prowess, The Rock, Hammer Time, and... oh, Devoted Devestation. So, Devoted Druid. Okay. So what do we think of that league? I guess the biggest thing to say is we saw threats. And typically if you win with Grixis, it's because you saw threats in a halfway reasonable amount of time. Not really a lot more to say than that. Magmatic Channeler, in one game, in our game against Devoted Devestation, it found us extra lands before it started attacking. So it was live there and pretty good. Other than that, I Did we see Channeler any other times? I think there was a game where we played one over a Pyromancer. And it drew us some cards. Don't miss the 4th fish. Not really, with the Channelers being like fish and a half. You can use them to help find a fish as the game goes on. And fish is just like really not a card you want to see in multiples. So I haven't felt like I've missed them very much. Channeler was medium, nothing amazing. Right. Just kind of what I'm saying. Like the time we saw it, it found us the extra land. That was good. It attacking for 4 gave us lethal when we had the snap bolt. But I mean, like Gurmag would have given us the lethal attack with snap bolt, but it wouldn't have helped us find the land. So take with it, or take that as you will. I like the list except the sideboard. Damping Spheres. Almost rather have 3 Wildfire since they're good with snaps. Cleansing Wildfire to me has not done nearly enough to warrant playing it against like Tron or Amulet or whatever. It feels like whenever I play Cleansing Wildfire, my opponent just kind of laughs and goes like, cool, whatever. Don't care. Is this the same list you may have played before? It's probably pretty close to it. Let's see. Do I have time for one more league? Yeah, I'm going to play another league. Just wondering if we want to do it with Grixis again, or if we want to run something different. Like, do we want to just ride the hot hand for another league and see what happens? Or would we rather go a different route? Five votes, you're obligated to play more Grixis. Well, Wagner coming in with the deck redemption. Wagner wants to see Grixis again, so we're going Grixis again. Is there any major changes we're making between that league and the next one? We can try cutting a Damping Sphere. Like, I don't hate it. Freed, redeemed, hydrate. Got you. That's what I call high quality H2O. So let's see. If we cut like a Damping Sphere... what would we put in that place? Does it make me a boomer if I understood that reference? No, it makes you a great fan of... I guess that would have been early 2000s comedy. Was that early 2000s or was that late 90s? Late 90s. Definitely late 90s. Yeah. Everyone should understand that reference. Well, we do have a lot of European fans in the chat, so I don't know how popular Adam Sandler was in Europe. I'm just going to add another K command and go like this. Yeah. Anybody have any objections or cards they would rather see in the board? I know Freed's got some opinions, but I'm not a fan of like Aether Gust, and Disdainful Stroke's okay. I would buy Disdainful Stroke being better than Ceremonious Rejection. Second Leak. Second Leak over like Rejection, or Second Leak over K command or terminate. We could do like a stroke over. Is this the right mana leak? Yes. Second leak over rejection. Alright, how about this? What do I think about Disdainful Stroke in the sideboard? I think Disdainful Stroke's fine. Like, it's great against Tron and E-Tron. It's pretty rough against, like, everything else. Alright, well, Wagner, it's your deck redemption. So, where are you thinking here? Cut all the rejection. Alright, no rejection. What are you thinking for the Mana Leak, Disdainful Stroke, Aether Gust argument? Alpine Moon is not the worst. I just don't like Alpine Moon being able to take out either a Tron land or Blast Zone and kind of being awkward against the other. It's like with Damping Sphere, you can play it out. They have to tick up Blast Zone past Shadow range to take out your Damping Sphere. And that way it's kind of like a 2-for-1. But with Alpine Moon, just getting to hit like your Shadows and Alpine Moon with Blast Zone is rough. So Wagner, you want to go Mana Leaks or... It's good in every matchup we played today? Probably. How about an extra Peasy? Mana Leak not good against Tron. It's okay against, like, the turn 3 Tron threat. It's not the greatest after that. But, I mean, like, that's kind of the downside of every counter in this deck, right? It's going to have good matchups, bad matchups. And until we get, like, actual counter spell, we're not going to have a counter that's good against everything. Alright, well, I guess we'll just run 2 Mana Leak. Thoughts on Knight of the Ebon Legion. Doomwake played it and liked it. I watched through his VODs from yesterday of Knight of the Ebon Legion, and I thought the card looked cool. Can't really argue with that. And he made some really good arguments for, like, lines early in the game that can get your Knight online, or get it not leveling up, but progressing, whatever you want to call Knight of the Ebon Legion doing. And a lot of the arguments did make sense. I don't know if it's necessarily the direction I would want to take the deck, but alright, so let's jump into second league. I like this sideboard 2-2-2-2-2. I've always wanted Grixis to have sideboard options that you could just play like 3 of this, 4 of this, 4 of this, and give yourself some like haymakers against certain general archetypes. Anakido 1986. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Good sideboard, Grim Lavamancer. I played it a lot when, what's it called? Once Upon a Time was legal. You just got to play Grixis with, like, one overgrown tomb. Put your 3 or 4 Once Upon a Time in there, and it's really nice. Modern's too diverse for all 3 and 4 ups. I agree, which is why we're definitely not doing it at the moment. But it would be nice to be able to do like to be able to do like 3 Cling to Dust and say, all right, this is going to be great against Prowess, Burn, Graveyard decks like Dredge, and that's going to be enough. And then like 3 K commands and say this is great in the mirror, great against other mid-range decks, great against the artifact decks like Hammer Time, and just find like enough things like that to get the idea across. So they draw the Wren. So I guess I'm just going to take the Wren here. Need a threat, Milligurmag? It's the nature of the deck, right? Let's see. What do you think about the Grixis list playing Scourge and Delver of Secrets? I think that Delver of Secrets especially is just a card that's like so underpowered in Modern compared to formats like Legacy, and I just don't think you have the supporting staff to really hold it up. Like, I don't think it's just a god-awful card or anything like that. I just don't think that that you've got the pieces to go around it to make it as good as it could be. Like, when we played through with the deck, it was really good if you hit, like, it was really good if you hit, like, multiple Delvers and you had your opponent, like, on the ropes pretty quickly and pretty terrible otherwise. Alright. Opponent's drawing the bangers on us. So we need a shadow off the top. I think that's like best draw for us. Well then. That's not a bad one. Can I stream output in 1080p? Good question. If somebody who is more technically sound knows how to adjust it or how to check, I can give you an answer. It's probably over here somewhere. But off the top of my head, haven't messed around with it. Yeah, I'm definitely thought seizing. We'll take the one they can cast with any land. We need to get rid of sorceries, instants. Or no, they've got instant, so instant doesn't matter. Sorcery. That's it. They've got instant creature, land, planeswalker. So yeah, sorcery is all we can do. Let's get rid of creature as well in case they've got scavenging ooze. Shadow off the top. Not quite. Can't cast that because of Bolt. Well, Bolt and it just grows Tarmogoyf bigger than Gurmag. Neither of which feel like very great ways for me to go out. Lucas, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Could be almost Saturday, or could actually be Saturday for a lot of the European crowd. Ugh, that's a rough one as well. I feel like I've got to crack this on their end step. Because like as soon as this seasoned Pyromancer comes down, I'm just kind of blown out with card advantage. Like, I don't want to crack the bauble now. But I feel like I need the extra card if I'm going to have a chance. Yep. Discard a Fatal Push. Okay. Opponent doesn't know how to draw a blank. You're right. They in fact do not. Alright. We're dead to plethora of attackers next turn. Alright, so board in our grindy mid-range cards. Board out our non-grindy, non-good top deck. Cards. You're kinda dead? Kinda. Maybe a little bit. Minor amounts of dead. Makes me think of that that scene from Monty Python, The Quest for the Holy Grail. It's but a flesh wound. I'm not dead. I cut your arm off. It's but a flesh wound. Decent amount of cards to board in now. We got some bangers. If we can find a Peasy, keep it around for a turn. Fault sees away. Ha! Got him. Probably Steam Vent Scour here, pretty much regardless of what our opponent does. Yep. All right. Flip over a Peasy. Which isn't the greatest. Do I want to just like blind flash in a Snapcaster here? I think I'm actually going to. Like if they want to bolt it, that's fine. But I just like get the creature out on the board. If they don't want to kill it, then I can like attack Ren and bolt it or something. But while we're waiting on our opponent here, if you haven't yet, if you're enjoying the content, you should check on over to our YouTube channel, where we upload all of our leagues into individual, or all of our streams into individual leagues. Let me pull that up real quick so you can see what it looks like. Oh, back here. It's the Control Freak on YouTube. There's a link to it down below, and you can just go over there, subscribe if you want to. It lets you know whenever new videos go live. Doesn't cost you anything to subscribe on YouTube, but it goes down. We've got like all of our leagues individually done, broken down with like timestamps, results, everything. So if you're wanting to see a particular build of Shadow, maybe like how it did, you can go over there and see. And yeah, Steven's posted the YouTube and the Twitter links in chat. Makes them really easy to find. Yeah, let's go ahead and bolt Ren. I could bolt myself and play a Shadow, but there's a pretty good chance that they just have a removal spell. Alright. So we need to find so many Grixis. So little time. See what we got here, because if it's like a Gurmag Angler on top, I'll probably ditch the Shadow. It's a Lightning Bolt, so I think I'm just going to ditch the Terminate. Thoughtseize Bolt's pretty good here. Alright, so none of these can currently kill the Shadow because of their mana. But if they hit the land, everything kills the Shadow. So if that's the case, probably just want to take the Pyromancer. Like, they're going to have a removal spell for this Shadow. Kind of best case scenario now is I get to make them waste, like, a Maelstrom Pulse on the Shadow. And then if I find a Gurmag Angler, they can't kill the Gurmag with Abrupt Decay or K Command. Interesting. This is not how I expected this game to go. Alright, so I get rid of Artifact. They don't have an instant, but they've got instants in their hand, so I don't really want to just, like, ditch an instant. They were all in on that Ren and 6. They really were. Alright, opponent. You have unlocked all of your removal. But which is the right one? Spoiler alert, it's none of them. God! Why? Oh, man. Remember that time I said it was none of them? I lied. It was that one. It was that one. Let's see, how many hours are the challenges generally? If you run to top 8, usually 8 or 9 or so. Depends on how many people. Like a 9-round event usually lasts about 9 hours or about 8 hours to get to top 8. And then like another 2 hours if you run all the way through, something like that. They almost always go to time, yes, but time plus a little extension is usually around like 55 minutes. So I think you still end up closer to like less than an hour. Just don't block the Gurmag Angler. Opponent hath seen the line. Alright, opponent. Play fetch lane and crack it. I dare you. Alright, game 3. So we saw Croxa makes Nihil a little bit better. We've already got Cling, so I don't think I necessarily need the second Spell Bomb. But I think something like this is fine. For me, 2 hours. This is close. Huh. I guess I gotta ship it. I think it's actually a lot closer than I would give it credit, because like I'm assuming they're gonna hand disrupt me on 1. Take like Channeler or Stub. Because if they go like discard Stub, removal spell for Channeler, and then have like Liliana the Veil, game's just completely over. I mean, I don't like mulligans either versus a discard deck, but I would rather have like a functional hand than just keep a bad hand because they're on discard. Like, this is a lot more just functional. That's a perfect case scenario. Well, it's a perfect case scenario that seems to be playing out so far. Like, I don't think hand disruption on 1 into a removal spell into second removal spell is exactly unheard of out of Jund. Like, that's a pretty standard curve out. And if they have that, like, our hand just folded. If it was something like they had to have exactly Assassin's Trophy into Liliana the Veil into Maelstrom Pulse, I don't know, then I would be really inclined to keep whatever hand it was. But since it doesn't have to be that exact rollout, kind of want to just try again. We got Peasy. Gonna try to save Peasy for after like a Liliana turn here. Or like a turn where I can double spell or something. Like, let's see. If I play Pyromancer here, Bolt, Push are all like not tempo negative because I get a token, but not a great use of my mana. Best case would be I pass and they play like a Tarmogoyf and I get to like snap Dismember. But if they had a Tarmogoyf, I assume they would have played it this past turn. Best case scenario for Pyromancer would be I play it out, they go to their turn and play like a Renin 6, and I get to stub it. If this Blood Crypt was a blue source, this would be like an easy just pass turn. Because then if they didn't do anything, I could snap Thought Scour. So they've got land about to go in the yard, so land doesn't matter. I want to completely delve away for this Gurmag Angler because my opponent doesn't have an end of turn removal spell for it and they're relying on like Liliana. I might want to just flash in Snapcaster as a an Edict or Edict Sacrifice. I see how this guy got like 29 trophies with Burn, just never seeing lands. I think the last time I ran into him, he was on Jund that time as well. I'm pretty positive. So this has got to be something end of turn. Like K command. I'm just going to discard the Shadow. I just like don't want this Gurmag dying to a Liliana here. And if that was bait for a Liliana, then it's pretty good bait, right? Alright, land off the top. Alright, quite. Gurmag plus stub is beautiful. It is, but Gurmag plus like snap, push, and stub would even be more so. Or would be even more so. Yep. There's the Liliana. Alright, so Bloodbraid comes down, Liliana edicts. Crap. I was really banking on there not being an extra land there. Because now I get blown out by a fatal push. That was the entire reason that I didn't stubborn denial the Lily, was I could play the Snapcaster, get the free Edict sack, and like fatal push Tarmogoyf. Snap Bolt the Lily. If I had a Bolt, I would be all over it. So it did have the fatal push. So Shadow here. Second Gurmag. K command. Okay. What am I hitting with this? I've got like a free discard with the Thought Scour. Gonna say, there's like no way they just have two banger spells in hand, right? Alright, so if I want a K command, I can do it now so they don't get priority after this. If I want to make them discard. Probably just have to let this go. So return. Shadow's lethal with the fetch land. Guess that's fine. How are we doing this league? Had to eat? Yeah, like Steven said, we're game 3 of match 1. So pass the turn, we draw a fetch land. We'll also accept Street Wraith. Throwing ideas out there. Maelstrom Pulse my shadow. I can't be having any of that. So don't have another removal spell. Whew. Bangers. Oh, that was a hell of a match. GG's, Giovanni. Not giving you that 41st trophy on my watch. Not in this house. We gotta let Pygonti know he's still got shooters out here in the streets. See, Dan's as excited as I am. Alright, so I could go turn 1 Seize, turn 2 Scour Gurmag. I don't hate that. Assuming either Prowess or Storm. Prowess it is. Do I want to just take a Sprite Dragon since they can't cast a Stormwing next turn? Let's go with that. If they draw a Manamorphose, it's rough. But I've kind of got to go like high upside here. Gotta go high upside here. Alright. So no, 3 out of their 4. Well, they couldn't Stormwing without having the Lava Dart already in the yard. I mean, if they wanted to, like, end a turn, Lava Dart me for 1, untap, get rid of their second land to get Stormwing down, like, yeah, that's a risk we take. But if they want to give up, like, Lava Dart and their second land to get a creature that me not taking kind of signifies that I have an answer to, then that's kind of like a so be it moment, right? Like, yeah, you got it. I gotta decide if... Do I want a Gurmag here? Because if I play Gurmag, it's dead to Bolt plus Dart. The upside is if they Bolt Dart, Flashback Dart on the Gurmag, they can't play Stormwing. If they decide to go up face or upstairs, let's say 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Deal 9 to my face, I'd be at 6 with a Gurmag on board and a Fatal Push in hand. That's not the worst. I think I'm actually going to do that. I think I'm going to scour myself, play Gurmag. Or... God. Why do you have to give me good draws, deck? Alright. How punished am I? I didn't count it up. I might just be dead. Very well could be. Like I said, I didn't count it up. Not dead. Not dead. All right. Kill that one. No! It had to be Lava Dart. It had to be Lava Dart. Oh, man. Ah, Lava Dart. Fickle, fickle mistress. We were so close to getting out of that. I think if we like untap Shadow Gurmag there, we're like 100% winning that match. Or winning that game. You know what I mean. Math is for blockers versus Sprite Dragon. I mean, like, we could have taken Mutagenic Growth or something so that they couldn't get the Stormwing down. But if they just, like, ripped a land, it didn't matter, and we were just taking a spell that, like, didn't do anything. Because there's also the chance that they didn't put us down to 1 there. If they said, like, okay, I don't have lethal, so I'm not going to throw away my entire hand to try to get this Sprite Dragon to the finish line. And if they had done that, we would have probably killed them. Would love to play first. Well, his hand's good against Stormwing Entity. Pretty bad against everything else. This is acceptable. Kind of. Maybe. I think I'm just gonna wait until turn 2 on this bauble. Get like my bauble scry on. Then again, if they got a bunch of creatures, I think I just want spells. Soulscar Mage. Not bad. See, I say this as someone who nearly lost a PTQ by not bothering to work out. I didn't actually have lethal and was dead on the crackback. I mean, yeah, it can definitely happen. Like on my end, I committed to the Stormwing Entity take, and if he killed me after that, he killed me after that. Good on him. I made my peace. Alright, how did he scry? Top off the serum. So, if I scour him, the downside is if they're just spells, like he gets closer to Bedlam Reveler anyway. So I don't know how much that really matters. I think I'll just let him keep whatever he's got on top. Fueling the Reveler seems a little loose. Well, we don't know, because if the cards aren't lands, if it's like Manamorphose Stormwing Entity, then I would 100% be okay with Thought Scouring them. But if it's like Bolt, then I don't want to Thought Scour them. So you've got to like make a read there somewhere. Like, his 2 cards he put on top were, like, Stormwing Soulscar or Stormwing Light Up the Stage, like... You got it. Guess I could have played a land there. No light up the stage for you. Well, this is the downside of Grixis. We've been through 20 cards. We haven't seen a threat yet. All right. Prevented them from doing just about anything until now. I mean, have prevented a decent bit. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a land or another Manamorphose will let them Bedlam Reveler here. That does not. So that's lethal if they decide to go for it. Well, we can kill a Sprite Dragon. Doing this now in case they've got like Spell Pierce. But I'm absolutely assuming I'm just dead to this Bedlam Reveler here. Thoughtseize Reveler, you won't. Coward. Another Sprite Dragon. Stormwing, sure. Seems decent. Alright. On to match 3. That one was rough. That was a classic case of our spells not lining up. Is that a good turn for them? I couldn't tell. Well, they did have to sack a land, so probably not. They paid 4 mana for 6 power, where I think we pay like 1 mana for 7 or 8 power a lot of the time, so that's a little below rate. Alright, what do we got for match number 3? Four mana for 13 CMC worth of cards. Checks out. But we could pay 4 mana for 28 CMC worth of cards, so who's the real winner? Easy clap for opponent. Whose side are you on? Hand's fine. The side of the truth. Did you skip over our trophy league there? We did stuff. Scalding Tarn pass. so could be Jeskai control, could be a Grixis mirror. That'd be pretty sweet, right? Little Gurmag v Gurmag action. Opt. Could be another Prowess. Ah, yes. Behold the multiverse. Modern staple. Like, I'm taking a remand, but in a very confused manner. Blue Moon is probably a reasonably safe assumption here. Probably means I should have played Polluted Delta instead of Bloodstained Mire so that I could fetch up a basic island if I wanted to there. Alright, I'll just let them have this and I'll go get my basic now. Speak of the Blood Moony Devil. Well, I guess we gotta take that one. I think out of these two remands, like, I appreciate the original art of this one. If I'm deciding which one to thought seize. I appreciate the original art, but it's a modern Masters. Or the pro one. I think I take the promo one because I respect that one just like a tiny bit more. It's not by some like wide, insane margin, but I think just like tiny little bit more respect for it. Dude's head exploding. Really is. This needs flavor text. It's got to be something. Just like pop quiz. Just give it a little like, needs something to bolster it. Cycle ye old Shark Typhoon for 1. You got it. So we know 3 of their 5 at the moment. Snap, Bolt, Behold the Multiverse. I think I'll just untap. Good draws are good. Is this the first time someone foretells a card versus you in Modern? No. Somebody foretold the counter spell against me once. And I think somebody's foretold Behold the Multiverse against me as well. Alright, so Snapcaster is just like best card in hand, so I think I'm going to take that. I could push, but he can just, like, cycle the second Shark Typhoon anyway. So I think I'm just going to let him have this block. Had someone foretell a Demon Bolt against me. Now we're talking. So many shocks. So little time. They've got Cryptic Command, Lightning Bolt, Behold the Multiverse, Unknown, Unknown. Okay. Opponent's getting frisky. I respect it. Do, in fact, respect it. Mana leak my thought sees. You have got it. Bolt me in the face. You've also got it. Don't think I'm going to let you keep pinging me with a shark. It's a flavor fail. I don't like it. So I want to just get my battle rage in here. I kind of like just battle raging while he's tapped down. That way, if he does happen to find like a fetch land, it's just not doing anything. Like, Channeler's nice, but Channeler means that, like, we're not presenting lethal next turn without Battle Rage. Or we're not presenting lethal without Battle Rage. We're not presenting lethal. Yeah, we're not presenting lethal without Battle Rage. Force of negation. Alright. Weren't beating that sequence. The blind draws were a Snapcaster, Force of negation. I want like a K command over another Wraith. Probably not the worst. Cheesed. I mean, like, JPD's line, stubbing the bolt is... I'd rather save the stub for the cryptic command if they find the fourth land. Like, stubbing the bolt lost us because they drew a Force of negation, but we didn't know about Force of negation. We knew about the cryptic command in hand. And usually if I have the chance to play around something I know about versus something like I don't even know is for sure in their deck, I would choose to play around the one that I know about. Alright. Am I just brutalitying away this Behold here, or am I playing Double Shadow? Guess just playing Double Shadow. Bets they brought in Ashiok against me. Do they play Ashiok in their deck? Because if they played in their deck, I'd make that number a lot higher, but I don't know if they do. I do very much appreciate opponents drawing of a 1-mana spell the turn we don't have interaction. Kudos to them. Convinced everyone has Ashiok unless they can't cast it like green-white. Green-white can totally Manamorphose into an Ashiok. What you talking about? No. Bad Blue Moon opponent. All right. We've got ourselves a game now. They are drawing a Blood Moon off the top. Curse you, Spike, for making Platinum Empyrean Madcap a thing. Opponent lose 2 life, win with Collective Brutality. There's another bit of text on that that they lose 2 life part. That fetch does in fact not work. Blood Moon Force, second Madcap, Ral. I guess we're just taking Blood Moon. No reason to play the Gurmag. I need to draw into like K-Command. I think Paul is saying that if the opponent is at 2 life, then Cobra would kill them even if the platinum thing is out. Why would it kill them? They can't lose life, and literally says they lose 2 life. Maybe I attack with Shadow and see if they chump. Hiya. You got nothing. Yeah, that's right. Get you some. But their life can change? No, like Platinum Imperion literally says your life total can't change. Alright, all we need is the K command. How can opponent's life change if they don't have a life? Alright, so what have they got? They've got Madcap, Ral, Force of Negation, Unknown, right? So I guess I'm just going ahead and taking Force of Negation. So that if I do find a K command that can't interact with it, got him. Why didn't an opponent play for that or pay for that mana? Like, I don't know. They have 3 lands. Surely they've got more islands, right? No. Bad opponent. Sit down and think about what you've done. Came to the K command waiting room. Am I in the right place? What's the likelihood we can fade 1 draw here? Or I guess even if they Ral, that's not the end of the world. I'm gonna try out an experiment here. There's the Ral. This could actually be really good for me. Try to bait a block from the Empyrean. Yes. So their life can't change. Mine can. So I can fetch. So if I go like... What is my attack that gives me the best chance of having them block with the Empyrean? Like, if I attack with only Gurmag, is that enough? Empyrean dies, I can fetch and hardcast the other one. Sure, but I've got to get through these at some point. Like, sitting here not doing anything isn't helping. Opponent has seen through our tomfoolery. I mean, I was pretty sure they weren't going to block Gurmag regardless of how I attacked. But I needed to... I didn't want to throw Gurmag and Bolt at the Ral. Because, like, Bolt plus Gurmag is about the only way I currently have of dealing with the Platinum Empyrean. Weird game indeed. You just need K command. Got the force. Okay. Okay. They definitely had more live draws than we did. So I'm okay with that one. Alright, what do we got for round 4? I hate the games cards like that create, just passing the turn for 6 turns till anyone can do something. I mean, you're not wrong. So Steven's got another prediction up. It looks like, will we cash the league? So will we end the league 3-2 or better? 2 minutes to lock in your guess here. Remember, you're betting channel points, so if you win, whoever paid into the other side, I think you win some portion of what they got or what they betted in. If you lose whatever channel points you predicted with. Oh, it won't let me cast a prediction on my own channel. Boo. Used my points on the swag reveal and didn't get it. What you get? Alright, so Prismatic Vista, Lurrus. What do points do? The points are used for like any sort of channel point redemption. We've got everything from like unlocking a random emote, magic swag reveal or story reveal, where like I reveal something out of my personal collection that's magic related, and either something sweet, show it off, or tell a story about it. Deck redemption, like Wagner did for us to play Grixis here, where I run a league or a couple leagues of whatever deck you want. And then there's a sub challenge where we fight to the death, 1v1. If I win, or if you win, I gift you a sub. If I win, you get a badge of shame. Could be Bug Lurrus, could be. Saw that list Spike was playing. That looks like a nightmare to play against. Which that's kind of what it looks like here. I'll take a Thoughtseize. Interesting. So let's go ahead and fire off this here Thought Sizzle. Watched Yellow Hat and he rated Spike. He says 0-1 Sultai Lurrus. Story checks out. Opponent doesn't have black mana. If they do find black mana, we're looking a little rough. So I think with that in mind, I'm just going to take Thought Scour. Take away one of their draws towards that black mana. Dang it. You're supposed to at least whiff for like a turn or two. Canister was playing version 2, got a 5-0 with some Into the Stories. That does sound very spiky. Alright. Nice Tarmogoyf could be. Yeah, nice Tarmogoyf you've got there, opponent. Am I playing Channeler? Probably. Kevin TKM, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. I can see why people are catching on, but I wouldn't play a control deck without planeswalkers. I'd probably be pretty inclined to agree. It's like Sultai Snow, but you're missing like all of the top end for a Sultai Snow deck. So best case scenario here is they fetch, shock, and try to like kick a Blood Chief's Thirst to kill Gurmag Angler. Unearth Ice Fang Koala. I can't let you have that. Alright, kind of the same thing as last game. Shut off some fetch lands. Hopefully, opponent here needs to cast 2 black cards, but doesn't have 2 black mana. Pretty strong statement about Lurrus if aggro, midrange, and control want it. That's very true. Like, I think Lurrus is probably in that group of cards to me that I don't think should necessarily exist. They exist, and I'm going to play Lurrus, but that doesn't mean that I think the card is, like, healthy or well made. You're right, they couldn't cast Lurrus if it was in their hand. Alright, Benz, what do we got here? Mythic Spoiler. Oh, Vanishing Verse. Yeah, the card few people have asked about. I guess my opinion on Vanishing Verse is, do I think the card is good? Yes. Do I think that it's the kind of card that is going to cause people to splash just for it? No. We draw a trophy. I don't have enough cards in my yard for Drown. We know they've got a Drown, a Blood Chief's Thirst, 2 unknowns. They do have a trophy. Well. Did they use Blood Chief's Thirst? Because I didn't even notice. Whoops. Yeah, that's right. You got to Drown in the Lock my Street Wraith. We need to find a threat. I guess we can draw a Bolt too. need to find something before Lurrus gets going. Yeah, we've got, what, 3 copies of Bolt. Prismatic Vista's dead. They can play Lurrus here. Do have the basic for the Ice Fang. Alright. Bolt. Not a bolt. That's pretty good. So I think it's like bolt or nothing here. Like at this point, I don't think a threat does it. I think it has to be a bolt. Well, we're gonna find out, right? So they've got instant sorcery, creature, land. Oh, scour me. Sure. That's 30 cards in. We've not seen a bolt yet. Just making sure we had an exiled one. How many bolts? 3. 3 bolts. Claim Fatal Push. Sure. Teamer Battle Rage would be not necessarily an out, but could let us see what happens. Do you have another copy of Ice Fang? Kind of assuming so. With 7 cards in hand. Yep. Snapcaster. Yes, they can flip Jace, get back trophy. Cling to Dust, Battle Rage. They've got to have just, like, no way of getting this Gurmag off the board in their hand, right? Rapacious one. Michael Rapp in the chat. Scrolling through Twitch, see Grixis, click Grixis. I'm a simple man. You came in on the rough league. We trophied the last league with Grixis, but this one's been a little bit rougher. Got cheesed out by a Platinum Empyrean against Blue Moon. Beat Jund. Lost to Blue-Red Prowess on just like a nut hand. And then I think this is... What game is this? Game 3? Game 2? Might be game 2. It do in fact be like that sometimes. More Ice Fangs, alright. Or is this game... No, this is game 1, isn't it? There's one bolt. The jig is up, opponent. You know that we have lightning bolts in our deck. I think going for the Unearth there was a little greedy. I think they should have just gone for the trophy. Bolt, Snapcaster, Fatal Push. None of the above, you say. Alright. That's pretty funny. I still don't feel bad, but it's pretty funny. I was scared, still am scared. Scared, but more in a that's pretty hilarious kind of way. Alright. See, sure, I'm glad Sanctuary is banned after seeing hands like that. Right. Alright. Is there any reason to play around anything? They didn't forget Cling. They snap clinged earlier and hit a spell. It's like they exiled their own Cling. Alright, so we're just going to go Snap Bolt on their upkeep. Give them a chance to, like, cast something that we might be able to respond to. Snap Bolt. Easy. Easy. Oh, man. Sure, I'm glad Sanctuary is banned after seeing hands like that. No kidding. What if you looked at your opponent's 7-land hand and just said, crap, that's 7 Assassin's Trophies, or 7 Fatal Pushes, 7 whatever. That'd be like crying levels. Alright, what do I want? What do I not want? Obviously, Battle Rage is terrible. They have Tarmogoyf, so, like, Bolt's a little bit worse, but not great. Or not terrible. Like, do I want to treat them like a control deck or like a mid-range deck? There's Ice Fang Coatls in there. I have no idea if they have, like, Veil of Summer in their deck. They're both. Well, that narrows it down. Huh. Am I worried about Veil of Summer? Looks like they're playing the bug deck from the challenge last week. Yeah, they're playing like Aspiring Spikes bug control deck with Lurrus. Because that obviously sounds like an Aspiring Spike kind of deck. Like I want to cut some amount of removal. But I hate the idea of just, like, giving up spells against Ice Fang Quaddle. Like, nothing really feels great to side out here. Keep threat density. We'll see what happens. This is like the first time I've played against this deck, so I have no clue what they board in. Not great, but keepable. Feels bad, but I wonder how much merit there is to having TBR against Quaddle if we're cutting removal. I think if we're cutting removal, like, I could very well see this being a kind of blue-white cheese win kind of post-board strategy where we're just going, like, 90-0 post-board and hoping to just, like, quick shadow kill, stub one spell, battle rage, like hand disruption into leaving their hand a little clunky. But without them having planeswalkers or any of like the top end part, I don't know how clunky it gets post board for them. So I'm really not sure. I wouldn't be opposed to giving that a shot if this goes to game 3. You're more low to the ground with Ice Fang and Goyf, so I don't think you're getting a fast kill. Probably not, but like against Ice Fang, our life total really doesn't matter that much. I do think that plan is much better on the play anyway. I agree with that. Alright, opponent. That just means we're gonna find a Gurmag Angler off this this scour here. Yeah, I think I'll probably give that a shot on the play if we go to game 3. It's a bunch of Thought Scours. Gotta consider Snap Thoughtseize next turn. Depends on what Scour finds, but I don't know if they run Veil of Summer or not. I think I'm just going to go for end of turn Snap Bolt or end of turn Snap Scour. They're missing land drops. I really don't want to like make their spells live on my turn. Opponent like really struggling to cast an Ice Fang Quaddle. I was kind of kidding. I was really not kidding. Yeah, I don't hate Snap Scour into turn either. Let's see what this Quaddle does. Alright. Yeah, I'm just going to redraw here. Come back here, Scour. Oh. Alright. That's something. Cards with text are usually good cards. Doesn't look like a second Ice Fang either. Or do they? Alright, they do. And this one's definitely eating a mana leak. Yep. It's pretty aggressive attacks by our opponent. Like, this isn't a race they're winning currently. So I'm a little surprised that they're so aggressive about attacking here. Like, obviously their hand could just be 7 removal spells, but... Third Ice Fang Quaddle. Drown a Snapcaster. How do I want to deal with this? Like, I don't hate Snap Leak here, or just Soft Stub, hold up Snap Leak. I don't think they're playing Hand Disruption. Gurmag. Yeah, I like Soft Stub as well. Especially now with the Gurmag coming off the top, like... If they're showing that they're wanting to focus resources on Snapcaster, and I just get to, like, follow it up with landing a Gurmag, I'm pretty okay with that. Alright. So let's go end of turn, dismember. Okay. So now we get to go Gurmag, Gurbag, hold up, Snap Stub, and Snap Leak. Is this another Ice Fang? God bless. Alright, block away. I'll allow it. Alright, let's go Shock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gurmag number 1. And I want to keep in Push, Bolt, Stub, Mana Leak. Dismember's fine. Do like that. Gurmag Smash. Alright. This is what we got, opponent. No double Simian Spirit Guide, Manamorphose, Damnation. Please. I would be very much sad. Tarmogoyf. You got it. This is why we left like Fatal Push in the yard. That one. That one. Do this on your turn. Play around Force of Negation. And... Hiya. I'm actually all about double Spirit Guide Morphos Damnation into the stub. That would be a hell of a way to end a match of Magic. I'm not gonna lie. Like, probably top 3 weirdest endings I could have imagined. But it only takes one time for it to happen, and then it's just like eternally on your mind. You'll play around it every chance you get from then on out. Why didn't an opponent save EE, put it on 7? What a punt. Ugh. Sometimes opponents, like ourselves, just don't see the lines. As obvious as they are. Like, it's very easy to overlook those things. Like, I don't know why opponent didn't go EE on 2, core tapper, activate 1, sack both of them. Now EE's on 7. Like, to me, that's oversight. Like, you don't play Lurrus EE in your control deck without core tapper. That's just like an easy way to lose matches. I've cast EE for 5 and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I think 4 is the most I've ever cast an EE for. $7-2 today. Yes. Correct. Had to do the math. 5 plus 2, like Rain Man numbers falling from the sky. It's like 5 and the 2 and carry the 6, and you take the integral of the velocity of the tangent between the 2 points, and into top 8 GB? Nah, 7-2 is just getting you to day 2. You'd have to play a lot more to top 8. But these wait times on Magic Online recently have been insane. Like, I don't think before the last 2 weeks I've ever had to wait 3 minutes for a match without, like, 2 opponents timing out, waiting to sign up. Only 1,400 active players. What is this spell that Benz is sending me? Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Add green or black for each permanent destroyed this way. So it's like a Wrath for only little things, but you get a rebate on the mana. It's interesting. I don't think we're particularly interested in it, but it's a cool concept. I like the idea of getting a rebate on the Wrath effect. Smasher 11291. Oh, throw for the believers. Throw to screw everybody's predictions. Alright, pretty easy no land ship. Decent hand. Keep. We'll ditch the Scalding Tarn since we don't have a basic mountain. Uakai, wait, you had a 5-0 league today with this list? Yes. We our first league today we trophied. I think the only changes were we ran 3rd Damping Sphere over 2nd Young Pyromancer and 1 Ceremonious Rejection over the 2nd Mana Leak. But I still think, out of all the Strixhaven spoilers so far, my bet for most likely to see play in a Shadow deck, and I guess I've got to specify, like, see play in a Shadow deck, absolutely. As soon as Freed says face 0 Tron, our opponent mulls to 4. We know right where this is going. Ha! Knew it. Knew it. Alright, so we'll take the map because it's a guaranteed Tron land. Next turn we can Thoughtseize and take Ancient Stirrings. Kind of depends on what they do. Shadow. Not a shadow. Yeah, I think we're just going to go ahead and take the look at a second land. Freed has a feeling we'll get this one. Freed obviously hasn't been paying enough attention to how my opponent Tron decks draw, or my Tron opponents draw. Remember that, Freed. You said you think we'll get this one. Just keep that in mind. Watch this. 3rd Tron land, blind off the top. Sphere into 3rd Tron land, blind off the top. Okay. We're not out of the woods by any means, but this is not the worst for us. Alright, Stub is great. Okay, so we've got 2 options. We can Channeler, activate Channeler, ditch like Lightning Bolt to try to find a bigger threat, which would give us a faster clock in the long run if we find like a Shadow or a Gurmag Angler. Or we could just start taking our attacks for 4 here and try to get in some damage. What is our play? So this is, if we find, say, a Snapcaster and can snap bolt, this is a 4-turn clock. Guess we'll see what happens. Gotta stub that. Not very well let our opponent have Tron here. I think we do have to ditch Fatal Push. That one hurt a little bit. Okay. So now we can go for an attack here. And if we go bolt, snap, bolt, untap, attack for 6, that's lethal. Yes. Alright. So opponent is in fact dead. So we go bolt. Second blood crypt because we're awesome like that. Snap bolt. Ha 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 ha. Get out of here, you Tron menace. So damping sphere is easy to bring in. Mana Leak, brutality, kind of like the bottom of the barrel. We know we want dismembers out. We know we want fatal pushes out. So it depends on if something like brutality is better than anything else in our deck. Not really. I think Mana Leak's a little bit better than brutality, especially on the draw. So let's roll with this. So that was certainly one of the games that Magmatic Chandler probably would have just been better as a, like, Gurmag Angler. Would have had one more power, one turn quicker on the clock. Didn't really hit anything for us, so. Opponent has molded to 3. One more time. One more time. One more time. Scoop it up. Scoop it up. Please, dear God. Please, dear God. Opponent on a mold of 3 starts with basic forest. So I am going to choose not to play into a Veil of Summer here. They might not have it, but I feel like it's not really something that I get a big advantage out of if I cast something into it right here. So I'm just going to choose not to. scrying, eh? The old scrying plus the map, eh? I see you, opponent. Did they have the veil? Ha 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 ha. Oh, man. Am I throwing something? I kind of want to just ditch this mount or this swamp here. The thought here is if they have to, if they draw a payoff here and they had to crack the map, then I could just like thought seize them, take the payoff, snap thought seize them and draw step. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. This is why I need a chat. Go and get your blast zone. Alright, so opponent is what we would call dead next turn. I know that this is another mine. I'm just doing it to make sure that they're dead in 2 attacks. Draw step Thoughtseize when you have a Teferi. Time for more Esper Red Shadow. I cannot disagree with the lines that have been presented to me. Big bucks, no worm coil. Drag Daddy. Okay. Drag Daddy's like good, not the worst thing in the world for us. Don't think there's anything that like I want to not play Gurmag because of. Alright, opponent. Just brick. Just don't draw anything relevant here. No. No. Shame on you, opponent. Said brick. Alright, so we have a winner, or a set of winners for the prediction. Anybody that bet we were going to cash that league, congratulations. You have believed in me long enough to earn yourself some bonus channel points. It looks like we have 4 winners, including Wagner. I can't see the rest of them, but for everybody who thought, nah, Mike's a scrub, I'm a little upset at y'all. I don't take it personally, because I probably would have bet against myself too, but still. I know where y'all sleep. Alright, so what do we think about Grixis today? I thought Grixis was really sweet. Obviously, the matches we saw threats, Grixis looked great. The matchups, or the games, I wouldn't even say matchups. We didn't really have a lot of matchups where we didn't see a threat, but we had a few games here and there where we didn't, and that's like the typical Grixis problem, is you just run cold on your draws occasionally. Variance plays a part. Not much you can do about it. Magmatic Channeler looked a lot better in the second league than it did in the first. But mostly it's just being like a 4-4 when we needed a threat. not so much the ability part of it. So maybe that's enough of a reason to keep giving it a shot. Maybe it needs to be better. Don't know. It's always worth more testing. Gurmag Angler, fantastic today. Like, we saw how often it dodged Fatal Push. We saw it dodge Abrupt Decays. What else? Blood Chief's Thirst. Whole bunch of random stuff. So, absolutely think Gurmag's worth it. PZ we only saw once and it died immediately, so not really much to say about that one. Other than that, yeah, like, I think all of our wins were just straightforward shadow games, like Thoughtseize into Threat, into Stubborn Denial, and that's all it really takes a lot of times. So, I think if you're wanting to play more Grixis, it's a solid deck right now. Whether or not I would say it's particularly well positioned in the meta, I think it's weaker than the other Shadow variants against like Auriok champion decks, which we didn't see. I think we saw one today, maybe two. We don't know if Devoted Devestation was playing them. But if you're more concerned about like the top tier decks, I think I would play Jund, maybe 4-color Rakdos before I'd play Grixis. But Grixis is just like a fun deck, so. What deck for the challenge tomorrow? Don't know. Grixis felt good, but it definitely needs some work, especially some sideboard tuning out if we're going with a challenge. You want a much more defined sideboard plan against a more expected meta. Leagues are pretty wide open, so you could pretty much run whatever and be okay. But in the challenges and the qualifiers this weekend or next week, you don't really want that many dead cards. But I wouldn't be opposed to playing Grixis. We'll see. We'll see how we feel in the morning. But other than that, appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. All the new followers, the new subs, new resubs. Hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Friday. I'm going to send everybody over to Major Riot, who's playing some Boomer Jund mid-range. I think we've sent everybody over there a couple times before, so if you stick around, feel free to share some love from the channel. Other than that, you'll submit Esper Red. Don't fight it. I'm not fighting it as much as like adamantly denying it until the truth hits me. But yeah, if you want to stick around, feel free to share some love from the channel. As always, appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Stay safe. Enjoy some good food, good company. And look forward to seeing everybody back here tomorrow. I don't know what. We've got like 4 premiere events coming up over the next 3 or 4 days. I don't know which ones we're streaming yet. So, yeah, everybody will get a notification when you are. Or when we are. If you're enjoying the stream, before I leave, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything. Just lets you know whenever we go live. That way you can come check out the next one. See some more Shadow action. And, yeah, I will catch everybody later. Adios.